Good morning and welcome to CPAC. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance to our great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
God bless you and God bless America.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Joshua Neverett with today's invocation.
Before I begin to pray, I just want to say that we are living in the greatest time of our era, the golden age. And I want to thank God for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you for this great and victorious event at CPAC. We want to thank you for the leadership at CPAC, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, because you've allowed them to lead a great organization with American patriots. And we want to thank you for America, the greatest nation of our lifetime. And because of you, Lord, we've turned our eyes and sought your face and your righteousness. And now we are blessed with the golden age. But we ask you that you bless America, bless our people, and bless our allies. And we pray, God, for a victorious event over the next 4 days, that it be a safe event. As we strategize and we look upon the heavens, that you find favor over us, Lord, and you continue to bless America. Lord, we ask you that you protect our president and the vice president and all of leadership, and that you put favor over America. We ask you these things in the name that's above every name, that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2025. America is back on track. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Pretty cool.
All right, come on. I can't hear you.
There must be someone real special about to get on stage, right, Matt?
We have some seats open here. Let's go. Pack it in, folks. We got some red seats open here.
They're moving.
What do you think about CPAC 2025? Are you glad that America is back on track? Has it been a long, tedious 4 years? Are you ready to tell the whole world that America is ready to be America again? We have some announcements and some news.
There's so much going on. We have a very special guest who's going to be here during the conference. Kind of like a tech titan, maybe. Responsible for Doge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because thank God we're back to 2 genders. Elon Musk will be here on the CPAC stage. We just launched yesterday with the CPAC International Summit, where we had several key members representing from different countries with their delegations, where we passed 3 resolutions, Matt.
That's
right. Do you want to share what we did there?
Yeah, we passed 3 resolutions in support with one of America's greatest ally, the State of Israel. We were both saddened and honored to be joined by the families of those who have friends and family members as hostages by the evil Hamas.
And we have 2 of the hostages that were freed joining us today. And I believe they're here, right here with us.
God bless you.
America stands with you. America stands with Israel, and we will ensure that Hamas is eradicated. We will bring peace to the Middle East under President Trump. And then the second resolution.
It's hard for me to get over that, because that's just, thank you for being here. You honor us with your presence and your courage and your strength. And we have a president now in the United States of America that will not only help your loved ones, he's going to make it so that there aren't future victims, which we have to make sure we prevent. So thank you. Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution. By the way, these resolutions were supported by all the nations that were assembled at our second annual CPAC International Summit. We are working not as government entities, but as entities outside government to push for these policies. And Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution to combat the Chinese regime, the communist regime in China. And I want all of these despots and dictators to know that Donald Trump might talk to you. He might make you feel like you're welcome because that's part of his job. But in the end, we have a president that's going to stop you cold in your tracks. And all of these countries accepted that resolution as well. And perhaps my favorite resolution, I wish I had it here and could read to you on my phone, but I think I have the gist of it, which is we have a message to the globalists. Last year, Mercy and I stood on the stage and we said globalism, at CPAC, globalism was going to die. I thought that was an audacious statement. I thought we'd just say it, right, Jerry? Let's just say it. And then it happened. It's kind of amazing. And so our message to the globalists is, no matter whether you're at the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the EU, you can boo at any time, the UN, no matter who is trying to tell you as a mom or a dad, as a church member, as a teacher, as a cop, no matter who is trying to tell you what pronouns you should use, how you should pray to your God, how much you believe your country is racist, all that's over. And a part of that is, and this is a great way to start, we just had Natasha out here and the great pastor from Arizona who was with us on the campaign trail in Arizona. Part of that is, can we all just thank God for giving us a president?
Amen.
Who knows how to lead. And I'll expand that to a great young vice president who knows how to lead. All these resolutions passed. I don't know how CPAC became a global brand fighting the globalists with people here from like every country all over the world, but let's go with it because it seems to be working just fine.
And I want to leave you with this. You are the reason because President Trump is in the White House today. All of you, each and every one of you, fought hard, stood up, shared this incredible, optimistic message that we need to save America and, in essence, save the world. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of our hearts as being part of this incredible CPAC family, because you all have made the difference in this past election.
It's the truth.
So we honor you. We appreciate you so much.
So, we've talked long enough.
Yes,
Let's get this
let's
show on
get
the road.
going.
I think you have someone big that you want to announce
All
that's
right,
coming out
okay.
here. Good luck. I'll be in the wings making sure you do a good job.
Okay, Dad. All right, all right. All right, gang, are you all ready? Okay. So, there's this young guy, with this beautiful family, with this beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think we have around, and one of the best communicators in this Trump administration. Can you please let us applaud together, let us welcome the greatest Vice President of America, JD Vance.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Hey, how are you? You too. Thanks for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
USA!
Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's good to see you.
It is great to see you too. I mean, you've been like on a whirlwind here.
Yeah.
Are you a little jet lagged or no?
You know, yes, I am a
Okay.
little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in DC, and we did all that in like 7 days. So
Okay.
a little jet lagged, that's okay.
Well,
I'm in a good place right now, Mercedes.
Well, you know
I got
what?
some sleep last night.
Okay, good. Then we're ready. We're ready. But it's a real special day today. You know what today is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our 31st 30 days, the happy one-month anniversary of the Trump-Vance administration. I mean, how exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years.
Yeah.
And thank God for that. But, you know, the president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace. He always asks, what have we done today? What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? Because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time. And by the way, thank you. Thanks to all of you for making it possible for us to do all the great work we've been doing in the administration. I know we wouldn't have been here without you, but I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
Okay, so I don't even think we can keep track of all the things you all are doing. In fact, I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers each night. So hello to our friends at CNN. I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017, because nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. But that's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to save the CNN's ratings over the last few months. But look, I think that what the president has tried to do is recognize that we have a historical mandate on a few issues. We have to secure the southern border, and thanks to his actions, border crossings are down well over 90%, and we're just getting started. He recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on energy under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration. And of course, we're going to do more. And then I think the third thing that he's tried to do, of course, with the help of Elon and all the great folks at Doge, is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money, and why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place?
Right.
Like, for example, the stuff that we've figured out, Mercedes, is unbelievable. Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan? That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently. And I think all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years? Let's turn off the spigot and spend the American people's tax money on the American people's priority. And that's, of course, been a big focus of the administration, too.
Let's dig deeper into the immigration issue.
Sure.
We've seen, and you've met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died,
Yes.
been tragically murdered. Those angel families in the hands of these criminal illegal aliens.
Sure.
What's your message to these families? What is your message to these horrific drug cartels and human traffickers who have preyed on the most vulnerable in the world?
Well, our message to the drug traffickers is get the hell out of our country. Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office. That is, you're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people, but unfortunately you had President Joe Biden, who allows you to run free over the United States of America, and Donald Trump has said, you're terrorist organizations, we're going to go after you, we're going to wage war on you, and certainly we want you out of the United States of America, and that's an important message, of course. But Our message, and you know this, Mercedes, our message to the families is President Trump cares about you. He thinks that it's disgraceful what your own government let happen to your children, to your grandchildren, and it's got to stop. And of course, we mourn with people, we pray for people, but we're also asking, as their government, why did this happen to your child in the first place? And the answer is that under Joe Biden, your government didn't do its job. Under Donald Trump, it is. Thank God for that.
On the economy, and I'm getting this question all the time, you know, it's this question of affordability, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress on our families, something that I think Joe Biden could not manage in terms of really helping lower that cost of living and making things just simply more affordable.
Sure.
We talked about energy independence being a critical component of this, of ensuring that we unleash this economic prosperity. What more needs to be done?
Yeah, so one of the first interviews I did, it was, I think 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, well, it's been 6 days. What have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days. We've done a lot in 6 days, but it's going to take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately, to burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what we have to do. Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like safety and prosperity, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is that so important? Because look, if, we all know grocery prices got too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because if the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow. And if the truck drivers who are delivering the groceries are paying more for fuel, then we're all paying more for what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store. If we unleash American energy, that will do more than anything to drive down the cost for the American people. The second thing, Mercedes, is we have got to stop spending the American people's money on garbage. Every dollar that we take in and spend, you have to pay for, either through taxes or through inflation. And if we spend the American people's money more wisely, if we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also going to bring relief to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're going to make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate. That's our goal. And you're right, there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
We've got a pretty good start. But we've got this big, beautiful one-bill budget reconciliation scenario. How is that working? What are the dynamics that are happening right now in Congress and what the administration is doing to ensure that a lot of what the president is wanting to do in terms of really pushing forward with economic prosperity and his tax relief initiatives gets done in these bills?
Sure. Yeah, it's really important. So the Senate obviously has its own approach, and the president has been very clear that his preference is to put everything in one bill.
Right.
And part of that is just simple legislative strategy. I think the president has learned a lot about how D.C. works. And I actually talked to the president about this yesterday, and he said to me, look, it's very rare that you can get 2 reconciliation bills done in one Congress, which is why he thinks we've got to do a lot with that one big, beautiful bill, that first reconciliation package that we're going to get through the House and the Senate. It's going well. It's early, right? This stuff takes time to put together. I think, if you had a record pace reconciliation bill, we would get this thing done in May or in June. I think we're on track to do that, but we've got to do some basic things, Mercedes. One, like I said, we've got to continue to unleash American energy. That's part of the reconciliation bill. We've got to make sure that other countries stop taking advantage of us. That's a big part of President Trump's tariff policy, is we got to stop being taken advantage of. Of course, we want to make the President Trump tax cuts permanent and extend them into the future. We want no taxes on tips. We got to do some of the things we talked about during the campaign. That's got to be part of it. And then finally, and this is really important, everything the president has done on the border. We have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We've got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know. I think they
I'm
really
glad you guys liked it. Not everybody liked
Okay.
it. You guys liked it.
Okay.
Not everybody liked it.
So,
Here you are. Good to see you. Thank you.
okay. Okay.
I'll take a standing ovation for a speech I already gave.
That's
like
awesome.
two for the price of one.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's your speech to say it again. All right. But it was fascinating because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just a little bit.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until about 30 days ago, is that you've had the leaders of the West decide that they should send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States because, yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States, but that is the future for our shared civilization.
And I will tell you something that is really, truly remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC International Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today, where we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically make Europe great again, make Asia great again, make Latin America great again. And so in essence, I think your message was very well received by many of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, in giving that speech, what does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship with Europe?
Well, look, obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies in the right direction. Think about this. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
We had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday. He'll be on the CPAC stage during these conferences. He has like 3 jobs, or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
but
does.
Let me ask you this. Where are we on basically the status of the Russia-Ukraine moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace to this endless war?
You know, it's early, and I think what President Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting if you actually want to bring the conflict to a close. And I know the president does. But I'll tell you the goals that animate President Trump's policy. It's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because the president believes this, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest of Ukraine. It's in the interest of Europe. But most importantly, peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the conference. We're honored by the presence of 2 hostages that were freed after the Hamas atrocity, the tragedy that we've seen happen. And we have several of the family members as well who still, they're there. Where their loved ones are still being detained by Hamas. What is your message to these hostage families, these survivors?
Our message is that President Trump loves you. He hasn't forgotten your loved ones, and he's going to fight every single day to bring them home. That is exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing. I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your
Please.
best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
But I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership. You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because remember, this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us. The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff, as an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done, and if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process, but I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going to do to defend the unborn, to provide support for those mothers, those fathers that choose life?
Sure. Well, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I think that it's why he is accurately called the most pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will of the people to speak on the life issue. And that was the Dobbs decision. What that did is it gave the abortion question back to the people. It took it out of the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think the most important thing that we can do, and as you know, Mercedes, I'm very pro-life, I'm a devout Christian, is that we have got to persuade our fellow Americans, because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start families, and to bring new life into the world. That's the whole point of our policy. Now, some of that, of course, is supporting our great crisis pregnancy centers at the moment of these important healthcare decisions, encouraging young women to choose life at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to actually afford to raise a family, maybe they'll start thinking of babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
Yeah.
And I think... But I think fundamentally this is going to take a lot of leadership from the president on down, but from every single person in this room. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens to stop thinking about babies as inconveniences to be discarded. We've got to start thinking of them as blessings to cherish, and that's exactly what I promise to do.
So now we're going to get personal. This is going to be so fun. Your faith.
Yep.
Why is it so important to you? What does it mean to you? Tell us why, when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, first is I believe the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith. It's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man, he died, and then he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you could lose one's soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be good young Christians, of course, because that's what I'm trying to raise them to be, and that's what our public policy is trying to do. Creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do. that is what I'm trying to create, is the space for you, of course, to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that I take from it, Mercedes, is if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around for about 2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history of the Christian faith. There have been really good times in the history of the Christian faith. And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're going to have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do, and that's how I try to run my life in public.
You mentioned raising these children into good people and also into good citizens that can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and support Donald Trump and JD Vance.
And thank you.
This past election. So what is your message? And what is your message to the young men?
You know, I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do. And, you know, you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are going to have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us. And I want you guys to think about the future and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you know, you asked me, you know, my message to young men is I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's... Our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way, that I actually think, Mercedes, this is the thing that President Trump, this is why the media went after him so hard, is because, you know, when I think about, like, what is the essence of masculinity, you could answer this in so many different ways, but when I think about me and my guy friends, we really like to tell jokes to one another. Like, we like to laugh. If you think of all the movies that were really popular...
Are you saying you're pretty funny?
I try to be.
Okay, President Trump, who's funnier? Who's funnier?
President Trump.
All right, there you go.
Let's be honest.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think this is why young men in particular are so... You know, they're so inspired by President Trump is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original thought. President Trump just says what's on his mind. That's a damn good thing, and it's a good example to set for young men in American culture.
You know, I always tell my 5 daughters, so I don't have any sons, but Matt and I, we have 5 beautiful daughters, and I always say, you know, the most important decision you'll ever make is who you marry.
That's right.
Always who you marry. And you made a very important decision in marrying Usha.
I did.
And
I married up. I married up.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well, one
This is so fun. Okay.
This is going to be very personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was, you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice, as you know, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
You sound like my husband.
The best advice Usha ever gave me, when it comes, I mean, she gave me so many good life advices or pieces of advice, but the best advice she gave me when it came to politics is, don't let them filter you. And in politics, you know, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, you know, what to do. And Usha just said, just be.
Day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump. And we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Beck, and I'm so excited to be here. You know, for the last 4 years, I've showed up at CPAC because God sent me there, the greatest God there is in heaven and earth. And we are so blessed. Please stick around and hear what I've got to say, because God needs you. He needs you to participate. He needs you to be on fire like I am. God has a way that He can fix everything, because as long as you've got Him in you, as long as you've given your life to Him, you too can participate in this. You know, the first thing that happened is I showed up in Washington, D.C. because God told me to go there. I had no reason, but he gave me a reason immediately. And when I got there, I met two of my greatest friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Yes, the people that run CPAC, God put in front of me. And I have served God and this organization ever since then. And I'm honored to be called the Matriarch of CPAC. CPAC has been such a major influence in my life and all of your lives, whether you know it or not. Not just your visits, not just when you come, but when you participate. You too could participate and go to the CPAC events in places like Hungary and Japan and Australia, Israel. But remember, God needs all of us. You know, 4 years is not going to last forever of Donald Trump. He's going to need all of us to stay powerful, stay in the show, and there's no better way of doing it than through CPAC, being a participant in every way that you can. God loves what they're doing. He has proven that over and over again because he brought you here today. He brought you here to hear this message and know that there is other things for you to do, and God is in the center of all of it. So all of you step up to the plate, do what I did. Make friends here. Make friends everywhere across this country. Reach out, speak your voice, and know that God is with you in everything you do every day, and that we are all at CPAC praying for you daily. I'm so glad I could be here today, even if I'm not there in person. And our studio is there, whether I'm there or not. Proverbs Media Group, you'll find them on Media Row. We want you to hear the truth. Just like the Bible tells the truth, we're going to tell the truth. We do this through so many entities. You can see us on any of the social media accounts, but mainly go to YouTube and look up Proverbs Media Group. Watch our shows. Learn what it's like to actually hear the truth. And we started our show, It's Not About Us, because it's not. It's about God, our Savior. It's about we are here to serve him and each other. Serve your neighbors, serve your friends, do all these things. And we want you to know that one of our latest things is, you know that crazy iPhone that causes all kinds of trouble? We want you to know, and you'll find cards over there, that 3 to 5 times a day you set an alarm on your phone. Not on, when to get up, but when to remember that God is with you. So that if it goes off in the middle of something stressful, just say, God, help me. If it goes off in a time that's peaceful, say, God, thank you. And talk to him all you can. Have that reminder there, because we all get so busy nowadays that it's easy to forget he is with you in all things. We want you also to remember that, CPAC is an amazing place. It's where I started. It's where you can start. It's where you can put your time in and just show people love. There's so many ways to do it. Our people at our booth are waiting to hear from you and see you. Here, throw me that hat and shirt. Here's the Trump hat. Here's the Proverbs Media Group shirt. And know that we pray for you all the time. We love you. We care about you. And don't forget, you are the most important thing in the world to our Lord and Savior. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Tales from the Crypto, Bitcoin, and the Digital Economy. Please welcome Strategy Executive Chairman and Co-Founder, Michael Saylor.
Economic power to the individual in the face of the overwhelming power of the collective. When you feel like the government's against you, the banking system against you, the currency is against you, big tech is against you, when you're the little guy, when you're struggling for freedom and struggling in the face of overwhelming power, you need some advantage. And Satoshi created this network that's based on two principles. One principle is integrity, and the other principle is sovereignty. The integrity, we all know, is there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoin, and that's enforced by millions and millions of computers and hundreds of millions of people everywhere in the world that believe it's not okay to lie, cheat, or steal. It's not okay to distort the truth. There is a truth. There is a universal common ledger that no one can tamper with, no one can corrupt, not a nation state, not a company, not a politician. And that idea of a censorship-resistant, unstoppable version of the truth was a first in human history.
It was a first.
And then the second idea is sovereignty. It's like, well, if there is a truth, can you own it? Right? So with Bitcoin, the idea is you can own a Bitcoin and you don't have to trust a bank with it. You don't have to trust the city with it. You don't have to leave it in the custody of a big company. You can take self-custody. So we oftentimes say, what do you own? The only thing you own are your memories. Everything else in this world that you own at the pleasure of someone more powerful than you, and they can take it away from you via force. What they can't take away from you is your experience and what's in your head. And the brilliance of Satoshi was, what if we could put all of the money in the world into the heads of the people? What if what you knew was the password to unlock all of your wealth or protect it, and nobody else could take it away from you? And that's a profound shift, because what Satoshi did was gave us a network where hundreds of millions of people can own and control their economic energy in a censorship-resistant, unstoppable fashion. And that was an idea worth nothing for a year, and then it became worth $1 million, and then it became worth $1 billion, and then it became worth $10 billion, and then it became worth $100 billion. And when MicroStrategy, now Strategy, got into business about 4 years ago, it was worth $150 billion. And today it's worth $2 trillion.
And at that time, you were a software company, and you saw this as an opportunity, a different opportunity.
We were a software company, and we were staring at a quick death or slow death or take a risk. And you know, when the COVID lockdowns took place and the interest rates went to zero, we had to decide, were we going to sell the company, throw in the towel, or could we find a way out? And this is the challenge that 40 million companies in America have, which is, if you're not one of the Magnificent Seven, if you're not Apple or Google or Microsoft, how are you supposed to compete in a world where trillion-dollar companies have all the power, big banks have all the power, big government has the power? And Bitcoin offered us the way out, because if you recapitalize a company on Bitcoin, you're not slave to the bank, you're not slave to the currency, you're not slave to the local politician that tells you what you can do and how you can use your money. Instead of having the central bank take interest rates to zero and keep them there forever, right? Bitcoin gave us a 60% return every year, because the Bitcoin interest rate is set by a global decentralized system of capital flows. So my company was able to save itself when we switched from Bitcoin, from the US Treasury or the bond to Bitcoin. Our market cap increased from $1 billion to $100 billion. And our enterprise value increased from 600 million to 105 billion. And we went from a $500 million company growing 0% a year, competing against a monopoly, Microsoft, where it's hopeless, to a $50 billion company growing 60% a year that's part of the digital economy. So I feel blessed, and we are very fortunate, but that really motivated me with a mission. And what I realized is Satoshi gave us a way out of our conundrum. Satoshi gave us a strategy that makes a small company big and powerful, that makes the individual more powerful than the state, that turns the power balance between the collective and the individual on its head. And the secret to that is this powerful worldwide network that puts the individual first, that's uncorruptible, that anybody can join, that gives you unfettered, uncensored property rights.
Well, to that point, I had spent the last couple days preparing for this and had a list of questions for Michael. And about 10 minutes before we sat down on the stage, and he goes, let's talk about why Bitcoin is conservative. Let's talk about why this is your coin and this is your industry. So, Michael, how is Bitcoin conservative? Why should it be important to this audience, the largest conservative conference in the world?
Bitcoin literally represents the conservation of energy in cyberspace. Satoshi implemented a protocol which is inherently conservative. If I send Bitcoin to you, I lose it, you have it. I can't create more. I can't lie about it. The thing that's beautiful about nature is conservation of energy. Conservative is based on natural law. It's based on the idea that if you just make something up which isn't true, you'll be punished. And the Bitcoin network represents that innate integrity and truth. So, you know, if you think about the world today, there's just an inherent force. There's a struggle between capitalism and socialism, between people that believe in freedom and free markets and those that believe in central planning and collectivism. And if I'm a socialist, I want to take away your guns and your money. And Bitcoin is money that they can't take away. Like, what freedom do you have if you have all of your money in a bank that can freeze it? What freedom do you have if you have your money embedded in a currency where someone can print 4x more of it without your approval and debase it to zero? What freedom do you have if you own real estate in a city where the mayor can put rent control on it or expropriate it, or the governor can tax it away from your family? What freedom do you have if all your wealth is in a business where the government can tell you you can't operate, shut down your pipeline, tax your employees, tax your income, regulate your product? And the answer is, you only have conditional freedom until the government changes and they just take away that freedom. And then when they take away your wealth, when they take away your economic power, they're going to starve you to death, and then you've got nothing. So Bitcoin represents putting your economic wealth in cyberspace. It's beyond the reach of the mayor, beyond the reach of the governor, beyond the reach of any nation state, beyond the reach of any other company that would do you harm. It is the first time in the history of the human race that you can bind economic energy tightly to an individual, to a family, to your company, and you don't have to ask permission to have economic wealth, to have money, and you don't have to live in fear that someone gets up on a morning and just takes it all away from you to power you down. And so if I am conservative, I want a family, I want a company, I want freedom. Well, how are you going to pay for it? And if you live in a country like Venezuela and the currency goes to zero, you're going to be begging for food next week. Wouldn't it be great if I could take the wealth of my family and put it into a network that no one can loot, no one can corrupt, and at the end of the day, I don't want to gamble my future. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble in the stock market. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble that the mayor of the city won't just take my property away from me. I actually just want to own the wealth. I want to own my money. And Bitcoin is a way for you to convert your capital into digital capital that will last 1,000 years. your country will be, your company, your country, or your family will be wealthy for generations to follow. You don't have to live in fear. And when you don't have to live in fear, when you have economic independence, you can actually stretch your time horizon out and you can build an institution, you can build your family, you can build a life for yourself.
Michael, you talked about several things there. One is wealth, sovereignty, agency, the ability to come in and for someone, a mayor, a city councilman, to take what you have. We've seen that happen from New York to California. A lot of us have been subject to this. And then you also talk about leadership. We have President Trump. We have the greatest leader our nation has ever had. He's compared to George Washington. People love him. We love him. He sees Bitcoin, he sees the digital asset industry as an exceptional opportunity. How can America ensure its dominance moving forward?
You know, this nation became great because of the Louisiana Purchase. We bought a third of the country from Napoleon for a few $1 million. Then we purchased Texas and California from the Mexicans for a few million more. Then we purchased Alaska from the Russians for a few million more. We didn't even know there'd be $1 trillion of mineral rights underneath Alaska when we purchased it. They called it Seward's Folly. But what I'm describing is manifest destiny. If you want to create a great nation, you have to build it on valuable property. You have to know, where is all the money headed? Where is the future? When we bought California, we didn't know there'd be a Hollywood. We didn't know there'd be a Silicon Valley. No one really considered. In 1867, we didn't have a petroleum industry. And so where is the money headed in the future? The money's headed to cyberspace. Bitcoin is property in cyberspace. The manifest destiny of this country is to own cyberspace. And I think that President Trump understands the value of owning scarce, desirable property. If we go to cyberspace and we buy Bitcoin and the nation embraces Bitcoin, then all of the capital in the world, all of the Chinese money, all the Russian money, all the European money, all of the money from the 20th century, the money invested in a Siberian warehouse, the money invested in fill in the blank, anything you could possibly own in Africa, all of that capital is flowing into cyberspace. It's going from physical to digital. It's flowing from the 20th century to the 21st century. The 21st century is going to be 1 billion AIs thinking 1 million times a second. And what are they going to be using to move their money around? They're going to use digital money because they can't get a bank account. They can't get a credit card. I have to approve my wire transfers from my bank once a week. It takes about 20 minutes, and they ask me on the phone whether the money should move.
It's a good problem. With 478,740 Bitcoin, Michael.
The computers...
We don't feel too bad is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it. But my point we've been doing it that way for 50 years. And if you look at the way the digital economy is going to run in the 21st century, it's going to be 1 billion computers thinking 1 million times a second, moving assets at the speed of light. Bitcoin represents digital capital. That network is $2 trillion today. It's going to be $20 trillion in 4 to 8 years. It's going to be $200 trillion in 20 years. Then it's going to grow faster than every other asset in the world. It's going to continue to grow. The United States should own it, right?
Is that the conversation? Talk to us about the U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Everyone, and we've heard a couple other coins being yelled out by the crowd, and people want to know, are we going to have a U.S. Bitcoin reserve, and when is that going to happen?
The way to think about Bitcoin is it's the most powerful digital network in the world. It is cyber power. If you want to dominate the next 100 years, just like the last 100 years is based upon dominating sea power, firepower, air power, space power, nuclear power, You want to dominate cyberspace. You want cyber power. It's the unstoppable network that no one can corrupt. And the use of the unstoppable network, among other things, is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital moving from point A to point B. But the other use of the network is I can send a message which is unstoppable, and I can store information that is unstoppable, and I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the authenticity of an instruction or a document. No country, no company, no individual, not a trillion computers can corrupt that message. So if you want to own the future, you want to own cyberspace. How do you own cyberspace? You own Bitcoin, and then you run the Bitcoin networks. You mine Bitcoin, you own Bitcoin. President Trump understands property. He understands the value of Greenland. He understands the value of Alaska. He understands the value of oil rights. He understands, drill, baby, drill would be impossible if we didn't own the land, right?
He understands American dominance.
And land is physical property. When I run electricity through semiconductors and I create a wall of encrypted energy, I create digital property. Bitcoin is digital property. You should own it. Your company should own it. Our nation should own it. It is the future.
In your perspective, how soon do you think we're going to be buying Bitcoin and have within our U.S. reserve at a timeline? You think it's going to be 12 months, 24 months?
I think there's an appreciation of the power of Bitcoin throughout the cabinet, throughout the House, throughout the Senate. There's going to be a political process by which we build consensus with the White House, the Senate, and the cabinet, and find the right way through. But, you know, what I would say on this topic is the U.S. could own 20% of the network like that for free. The dollar would strengthen, the nation would be enriched. And the real promise is if you own 4 to 6 million Bitcoin, you're going to pay off the entire national debt. You're going to neutralize it. We can generate a $50 trillion to $80 trillion benefit to the United States people, to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and we can do it simply by seeing the future. It cost $6 million to buy Alaska. The payoff was $1 trillion. Just like right now, you can literally buy it for a song and dance. That's the opportunity. The risk is that you wouldn't want the Saudis to buy it first, or the Russians, or the Chinese, or the Europeans. And there's only room for one nation state to buy up 20% of the network. And obviously, I think it should be the United States. I think it will be the United States. It's a way for us to enrich ourselves and emerge as a creditor nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for us to ensure that we're the economic leaders in cyberspace and the digital economy for the next 100 years. And if we do that, every one of our allies will follow us, and then all of our enemies will end up having to buy into the network once it passes 10 or 20 million a coin, and they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals, and so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property, or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty, and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. How does Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power, you need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on Earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity, and you go do the research and determine for yourself how you benefit from it. But I just leave you with the thought that Bitcoin is economic armor.
You have, Michael, thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry. We see Bitcoin and the entire industry as a significant resource for our country and our people. Thank you, everyone. God bless America.
We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home.
Extremism, while in reality, silencing dissidents, controlling narratives, and criminalizing opposition. We continue to face the dire consequences of this experiment every day. Just 3 days ago, my father, former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, was formally charged.
Opposing their power structures. That's how things look like. And second, if you represent the truth as a politician, and as it is done by my prime minister, then time is on your side. It means that it will,
because it was my brother's first festival ever.
And it's your younger brother.
It's my baby brother, yeah. And he never went to any of these kinds of festivals. So I encourage him actually to go to this kind of festival because I knew that it's going to be a good one. And he asked me to come with him to join him in his experience.
Election, and I think we all look at Donald Trump as not just our president of this country, but also somebody, a visionary who will take us into an America in the golden age. And you know, your story, Glenn, is amazing. Patriot Mobile is based on Christian values, and that's something a lot of people, after we witness.
Simple. We can know that. Even in our relentlessly secular political order, 81% of Americans believe in God. And you know, that is actually the lowest number ever recorded. Historically, the number is north of 95%.
Easy decision for me. I was super interested in the course offerings when I started to look at those. I thought those were very applicable, but very diverse. You know, no matter what field you want to take within politics, there's course offerings for virtually anyone with any sort of career interest. It's not only those, but I think it's the relationships that you build with your fellow students, most of whom are working professionals, working in the field of politics, whether that's
Western Hemisphere in Britain, with also Persian accounts, and then it got spread out, and we can see in the research that any time that the trend of the genocide in Gaza is going down, they are pushing more and more twists.
A deadly distraction Under President Trump, we're rightfully refocusing our military on lethality because that's what keeps Americans safe. But it's not just the public sector that's purged radical wokeness. Corporate
election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation. Please welcome Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, with Newsmax's Rob Finnerty.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Good to see you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Look at all the patriots gathered. This is great.
Fantastic.
About to make America great again for the next 4 years. We want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for putting this together. On behalf of Newsmax, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah.
As everyone just heard, Kash Patel it's official. Murkowski and Collins voted against him. Mitch McConnell voted for him and announced that he's not going to run again in 2 years. I guess my question is, which one surprised you more today?
Well, I'm glad he did it, and I want to tip my hat to Leader Thune and the Senate Republicans. They're getting the job done. The Trump cabinet is being confirmed. We need that. President Trump needs his team in place, and I'm really grateful that they're moving as quickly as they are, and they're setting a good pace, and so far, so good.
So, Mr. Speaker, only twice in, I believe, 85 years has the president's party picked up seats in the midterm elections. But you are going to change that in 2 years.
We are. There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to defy history, and we're going to grow the House majority in 2 years and not lose the majority. I think everybody recognizes President Trump needs 4 years and not 2. And if they took the majority back, they would try to impeach him, they would open the border wide, they would create all sorts of chaos. So we have to win, and we will, and let me tell you why. Because we have a very favorable landscape. Right now, as we're sitting here today, 13 House Democrats are sitting in districts that President Trump
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House. Donald Trump won the presidency.
President Trump is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, he says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America.
Senator, I like this being our annual time to hang out with fun people.
Well, it is great to be back with CPAC, and I got to say, CPAC this year, there is energy, there's excitement.
Yeah.
It turns out winning doesn't suck.
It does not.
And we have a guest. We have the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
Me to be on their podcast. They finally did, and I get to do it in front of all of you. So this is awesome.
Well, Pam, I will tell you that there is some good karma to being on this podcast at CPAC, because the last guest we had at CPAC was someone named JD Vance, and he's done all right for himself.
Yeah. He's a great man.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been Attorney General 15 days.
It feels like 15 years.
I believe you. And by the way, you just got some help. An hour ago, the Senate just finished confirming
Yes, isn't that great? Been on the phone with him nonstop.
I talked to him on the ride over here. He is going to do fantastic.
Sure is.
All right, let's start. 15 days. You've come into what I think is the single most important cabinet position in this administration, because we went through 4 years of Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, using it to attack his enemies and to support his friends. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, come into DOJ, you've got a mission. You've got a mission to restore integrity to the department, to end the weaponization and politicization. How do you do that? How do you get that done?
You know, the volume, Senator, what concerned me the most, it's the volume of how bad it was. And it still is. We're working on it. It's day by day by day. But we've got a team of great people, and on day one, I issued 14 executive orders, and number one is the weaponization ends, and it ends now. And that's what we did.
Let me ask you something. In the 15 days you've been there, how many DOJ employees have said something to the effect of, thank God?
A lot of them.
I believe you. Look, I spent 4 years hearing from AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys, hearing from FBI agents, hearing from men and women who believe in the rule of law and were horrified at the politicization of the FBI and the DOJ. And so I know for a lot of good, honorable men and women who've devoted their careers to defending the Constitution, there's a lot of gratitude that they can get back to doing their job.
Their core function, and that's thanks to Donald J. Trump getting back in office. And he gave us a clear directive, make America safe. And that's what we're going to do. And you know, to start with the law enforcement agencies talking about cash, these men and women didn't go to Quantico. They're not risking their lives to waste their time on all this politicization and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Really? Stopping. All of that is stopping. And we are returning them to their core function, fighting violent crime. And that's what the great majority of men and women in law enforcement, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, as well as the incredible legal team at the Justice Department, that's what they want to do.
So let's talk about one of the most lawless aspects of the last 4 years, which was the open borders that we saw and the 12 million illegal immigrants that have come into this country. You've had just 2 weeks, but you've hit the ground running, going after the criminals, going after the murderers, going after the rapists, going after the child molesters, going after the Venezuelan gang members. Tell us, number one, what you're doing as Attorney General that is making a real difference, that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do. And the press release isn't even out yet. Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Kristi Noem is awesome. Yep. We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling.
The FBI, what is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job as we are, right? Leading this effort with all of us, Mike Waltz at DOD, we all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together, and it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group, and it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General, and fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy, just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults, every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortagus.
Yep.
And we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine, because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian, Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the Border Patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me, but they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona, that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree. And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying, we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye, and they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the kids, so they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same kid the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens, fighting age men, ages 18 to 35, in our country.
Yep.
Walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden, and about the risk of terrorism, of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Marin.
Right.
I mean, the numbers just every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast we talked about this, how Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets and they refuse to notify ICE, they refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately, and the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids. Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next, because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And you know, Senator, it's more than that. They're endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives. It's gonna stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's no worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, yeah, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump is in its place right now.
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one, okay, I like that one.
That one's replacing. But you know, I make light of that, but that's what's happening.
Yep.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging, and to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination, not going to happen. But you know, what we said, most people, the majority of the people are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents, to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great, too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost, that they do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And you say, when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off, one life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at CPAC, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone and text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at CPAC, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at CPAC.
First thing now is I forget to eat. You forget what time it is, and it's 6 o'clock at night, and why do I have a headache?
How nice is it to have a boss by the guy by the name of Donald J. Trump who just lets you do your job?
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of presidents in the past that have really tried to keep their thumb on people. It seems like he's saying, go.
Go.
And go get it done and call me when you need me.
Go. He has trusted all of us in all of our various capacities and all the different roles we have, whether it's education or agriculture, you know, all the cabinet, labor, all of the different cabinet secretaries, just to go out and do the best we can. And you know, we want to make all of you proud, and we want to fulfill his directive to make our country great. That man sure didn't need that job. He's a good friend of mine.
Yep.
And I love during my confirmation hearing when they get on me because they say I'm friends with Donald Trump. Yes, I'm very, no, I'm not friends with him. I'm good friends with him, and I'm very proud to work for him.
You know, when you look at weaponization and politicization, part of it is using it to attack your political opponents, and we've seen 4 years of that under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Another part of it is turning the other way at your political allies and refusing to enforce the law against them. And I think one of the most egregious examples we've seen over the last 2 years is the rising anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Amen.
The violent protesters and rioters, many of whom are not students or not affiliated with the universities, and they are threatening students. You look at Columbia University, the Orthodox rabbi there sent out an email to the Jewish students on campus and said, do not come to campus because the university cannot and will not keep you safe. And the Biden Justice Department did nothing. They investigated nobody. They didn't follow the money. They didn't indict anyone. They didn't prosecute anyone. And they did not enforce Title VI of the Civil Rights laws, which say that if you are tolerating harassment on the basis of ethnicity or religion, that you will have your federal funds cut off. How is the Department of Justice different today, and what will your approach be to anti-Semitism and threats of violence directed against Jewish students on campus or any other students on campus?
We have an October 7th task force that we started, and we will protect you. When I was just a citizen, before I had this job, what you said, I'm watching these aren't peaceful protests. We all believe in peaceful protest. I'm sorry, unless you're a liberal and you don't want a parent to quietly pray outside an abortion clinic, or you're a Catholic, or a parent at a school board, they're gonna call you a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
But I'm screaming at my TV watching these violent protests, you know, the last, since October 7th, you're watching this happen, and all of our students deserve to be safe. And first of all, these students who are here on visas, who are threatening our American students need to be kicked out of this country.
Amen. It is refreshingly simple to have an attorney general who has the approach that you're going to follow the law and enforce the law. And that sadly has been missing for the last 4 years.
It's pretty basic, isn't it?
It should not be complicated. Let me ask you, what keeps you up at night? What scares you in the first 2 weeks in this job?
Pretty much everything. I don't sleep at night anymore. Of course, everything we talked about, the drugs, the cartels, maybe I'll get a little sleep tonight based on the arrests that were just made, the children that are being trafficked, things that have been so personal to me since I was a state prosecutor and then since I was state attorney general. Now you just get to help people on a bigger level, which is pretty cool to get to do that. But most recently, it's really been what Elon has been uncovering, and the USAID, the waste at EPA, this money, trillions of dollars, they believe, just being handed out, which is most likely making a round trip.
Well,
and going to terrorist organizations.
And you are defending against those lawsuits. And give us your thoughts on the authority of one radical district judge to try to run the executive branch and issue a nationwide injunction.
2 words, we're winning. But yeah, so you've got one.
I like that answer.
One unelected district judge trying to tell President Trump, who was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, where federal funds can go. We're winning. Even in liberal courts, by the way, Senator, we're winning. And if not, we're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court and keep winning.
Well, Pam, let me say, you and I have been friends a long time. I am thrilled with the job you're doing. I'm thrilled. I was thrilled when the president announced your nomination. And let me say on behalf of 31 million Texans and Americans across this country, thank you. Thank you for stepping forward and answering the call. Thank you for pouring your heart into defending this nation, into keeping my kids safe, keeping Ben's kids safe, keeping all of our kids safe. And thank you for remaining faithful to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and restoring integrity to the Department of Justice. It is desperately needed, and you're doing a hell of a job.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for fighting for us every
Thank you guys here for being here as well. Don't forget, we do this show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so make sure you hit that subscribe or auto-download button. God bless America.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
People mingling around, great guests coming up. Yes! Tension is going to escalate. On my purple.
The White House is behind me.
I'm a faithful watcher of Real America's Voice.
That's where the news is.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis. We organize debates. We build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country, hear from our breakout panelists and speakers, hear Steve Bannon, hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Doge Update. Please welcome Newmax host, Rob Schmidt.
Hey. Man, that is a big crowd. And they are not here for me. How you guys doing? Nice vibe this year, right? After the best month we've ever had. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Good to see you. I'm not going to kill any more time. Let's bring out Elon Musk. Second. Hey guys. We've got one more we've got one more surprise in case this wasn't enough. I'm going to let Elon do it. Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know who that is, right?
Chainsaw!
That's perfect.
All right.
I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. I love it. We love it. We love it.
All right.
They told me to put this right
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
A little stage prop.
All of you guys too. Thanks, guys.
Have a seat.
So,
that was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it. And now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But it's cool.
Let me ask you this. A year ago, if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, would you have ever believed that?
No.
No? Me neither.
But it's cool. This is awesome. And I just want to say, you know, thanks for your support. I mean, you guys are, you know. So, I mean, we're trying to get good things done, but also, like, you know, have a good time doing it, and you know, and have like a sense of humor, you know. So, like, I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know. Yeah. Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture in just the last few months. The whole culture of this country has shifted dramatically just because of that election.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, freedom of speech, having having fun again. It seems like we should have a good time, you know.
I mean, it's a great time. Everybody in this place is so excited, and I mean, when you talk to conservatives, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And everybody feels this great sense of relief because we were going to hell for about 4 years. It really felt bad.
Yeah.
Especially toward the end, it felt really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were sort of heading for a point of no return, really. Yeah. You know, and so that's why it was so essential that President Trump win the election, and that there be a Republican majority in the House and Senate, which, thanks to you, that has been accomplished.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to ask you, one of the biggest questions I have for you is, you've been, you know, politically, you weren't really on one side or the other for a long time. You're a businessman. A lot of people, they stay away from it. Now you're on a side, and you've chosen a side. You're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it, you know, how did that happen? What was the moment
it's like,
you know?
Dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good one. What was there a specific moment? Was there a moment that it all changed?
Yeah, when I realized I was a fool. But no, I was, I guess, yeah, I mean, I'd say like I was politically neutral for quite a while. You know, leaning a little Democrat. You know.
How do you go from that to this?
Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Well,
did they go crazy?
Yeah, they did go crazy.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, I mean, the whole cancel culture and you know, it's trying to stop freedom of speech and infringe upon, just in general, infringe upon people's personal freedoms. You know, they just want state control of what you say. They want to, you know, take away your guns. And the reason they want to take away your guns, so like there's nothing you do to oppose them. So it's sort of like, you know, I just like, we just need to restore the fundamental elements of what made America great, which is freedom and opportunity.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of these freedoms disappearing in the West. It's not just about America. We're all watching Europe and knowing that they're about 50, 100 years ahead of us, right? Because they got an early start. And we're watching how they're devolving. And you're trying to save it from happening here.
No, I mean, in Europe, they put people in prison for memes.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, that's insane.
And they're collapsing. I mean, this society it's a collapsing society. It feels that way.
It feels like...
France was nicer 50 years ago than it is today.
Yeah.
I don't think you can question that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, really, thanks. I love you too.
They do love
I mean, I really just wanted to do useful things, like, you know, basically build products, you know, provide products and services that are good, and I wasn't really like that interested in being political. It just like there was at a certain point no choice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, can I ask you on the same side of that coin, what's it like from going neutral to being vilified?
That's nothing. Please.
They've been singing a lot lately.
It's not even good music.
Yeah. There's a lot of music lately. It's not good music either. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that you know, watching what you're doing with Doge is just people love it. I mean, I've always looked at the government, and yeah, I've always looked at the government, and I've seen this big machine and you just know that they waste because they don't care. Nobody cares. There's more money coming. They don't care.
Yeah.
You're cutting all this out. Everybody in this country knows that the government is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. And you're doing the work, and the Americans love it. Watching their reaction politically to this, I can't believe how bad they are at responding to this. I don't know how you're going to sit there and scream and complain because they're cutting waste out of the government and try to win another election. How do you try to win on that?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how much of the left is even real.
Yeah.
You know.
How much was propped up by our money? You know.
Yeah. Like literally, you know, you see like these sort of fake rallies where there's like hardly any people, and the media will like frame it and like, you know, get all 6 people, you know, in the frame, but there's like nobody else is there. Like just it doesn't have popular support. But then you learn that like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs. And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
And they're propping up their narrative.
Yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. That's why we have X.
Yeah, and that's
why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean,
more than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
Freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this country's ever seen. If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge I talked to the president, he's supportive of that, and so it sounds like, that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah. I think they fired 6,000 people at the IRS today.
Yeah.
And I think Lutnick said last night that they're talking about shutting down the IRS. And I think it's fair. I think people should realize this is, the amount of money that we send Washington like $5 or $6 trillion a year. That is such an ungodly amount of money. What do they? They say like 1 trillion seconds is like 30 years or something like that. That's how much we send them, and they seem to never have enough. There must be a lot you can cut.
No, absolutely. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing that you've encountered when you go to D.C., when you're in D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And then they scoff at it and say, oh, a few billion here, there. The way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care. It's such little money compared to how much they're used to wasting. That's what's really scary.
Exactly. But obviously, it just shows that they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people, So what are you talking about?
I'd like to have it. Let me ask you a question. I know the president fairly well, watched him survive 2 assassination attempts. Had the first one not happened, the second one would have gotten him. It was very, because without those extra guys, they would have never seen that gun poking through the fence at the golf course. I saw the crew that you had.
Isn't it mind-blowing that this has happened? It just, and what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? But Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way,
Confirmed just a couple hours ago, but I saw that the security detail that you had come in is enormous.
Well, it's not that enormous. Maybe it should be bigger. I don't know.
I think you could probably afford it. But how concerned are you about your safety? You are a wanted man. Are you nervous?
So, look, I'm open to ideas for improving security. I have to tell you, I don't actually have a death wish. I think. But it's not that easy. He was like, he called me. He's like, I'm worried about your security. I'm like, you're worried about my security? I'm like, what? Okay. That's
talk about guts to do that down there.
Yeah, totally.
And survive.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying? Because it seems like that would have been not easy,
Well, the president has. One of his top attorneys is now investigating, I guess, Chuck Schumer for threats against SCOTUS, a congressman on the Democrat side for saying, basically saying we're going to bring a war to you, like a fight to you. The rhetoric, you guys are screwing with things that are not supposed to be messed with. And
we're fighting the Matrix.
There's a lot of people that really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here. But it's got to be done.
Yeah.
It
certainly does. What's going on with? Tell us about Fort Knox. There's Kentucky. It's a military base. It's a ton of gold, tons and tons and tons of gold.
5,000 tons of gold, or
5,000 tons of gold are there in the ground and like this. It's a very secure
thing. I think
thing.
we all want to see it.
I'd love to see it.
Like, this is your gold, by the way. It's the public's gold.
Do you think it's not there?
I don't know. But I think
you just want to see it.
Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure, like, somebody didn't spray paint some lead or something,
Yeah.
Like, is this real gold? Fight at the bar,
Didn't dent.
But I think, honestly, part of this also is just like, let's have some fun and like I said, all this gold.
What does 5,000 tons of gold look like?
What does
How
it
big
look
is
like?
that? Is it the size of this?
It's got to be pretty big,
It's got to be a lot of
Maybe
gold.
there's some other stuff in there, like just walk around, like, I don't know, maybe they got some other stuff in there.
Are you thinking about auditing the Federal Reserve as well, which is obviously
yeah, sure.
Regulates our economy? I imagine you think the waste has got to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, waste is pretty much everywhere. People ask, like, how can you find waste in D.C.? I'm like, look, it's like being in a room, and this target, the wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's like, you're going to close your eyes and go shoot in any direction. You can't miss, you know? So it's pretty wild. Like you just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Like just a little bit, you know? It's wild.
It's scary, isn't it? It's really
That's why I say, it really is underrated if you add caring and competence, how much things improve.
Yeah.
And you know, and we just find so many totally crazy things, which, you know, we're sharing with the public. We post everything we learn, you know, just, you know, so you can see it, you know.
What do you,
and like, it's like, isn't it like, it's totally wild. Like we just did like a check the database on Social Security, like says how many alive Americans eligible for Social Security are there? And according to the database, it's over 400 million. And we're like, wait a second.
And how many are getting?
How old are they again?
Yeah.
And then like we found like one person in there is like 360 years old. I'm like, what, do they know Ben Franklin or something?
Before the revolution.
I mean,
yeah.
You know, America didn't exist before that time. Like so.
Yeah, we were colonies.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I think it's a red flag. I don't know.
But are there indications that that there were checks going to those people or any of those people?
Well, yeah.
That's, I guess, the question, right? I mean, I get the Social Security Administration is dumb, but are they paying these people? Are they that dumb? I don't know.
A bunch of money is going out from the Social Security Administration, and in fact, from all entitlements programs.
$72 billion in waste in like 7 years. That's $10 billion a year.
Well, I think the
fraudulent payments.
The rough estimate from General Government Accountability Office is over $500 billion of fraud a year. $500 billion.
And how long of a time?
Per year.
Per year? On Social Security?
No, on all...
on all government?
On all entitlements.
All entitlements.
All entitlements, yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of actually makes sense when you look at the thing from a top level and say, like, okay, there's $7 trillion of spending by the government. What percentage do you think is fraudulent? Okay, exactly. Like a conservative estimate of the $7 trillion would be 10%. Conservative.
Probably a little higher than that, yeah.
Exactly.
Feels like a quarter out of every dollar, right?
But if the fraud's only 10% of $7 trillion, you've got $700 billion of fraud.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like really easy to take advantage of the federal government. It's very easy. So,
very easy.
Didn't we notice that?
Let me ask you, let's do immigration here for a second. You know, there's this move now that Trump's latest thing is that he's going to cut funding, any kind of money that ends up in the hands of illegal immigrants. So if you're funding these sanctuary cities and states, that's how they thrive, right? They're paying for these hotels. That's all federal money. If you got a hotel in your city, in New York, you got all these hotels full of migrants, that's not state money. That's the feds are covering that. He's going to cut all that. It's really hard to deport 15 million people. And it seems like the move now is, let's see if we, especially at the rate that we're going, it seems like the move now is, let's make it so that they leave on their own. If there's no longer a dole system for them, if they can't get their hands on hotel rooms and money, they're going to go back, especially if there's no work.
Well, I think it's really important for people to understand that the Biden administration sent any possible money that they could if there was money they could send to facilitate and amplify illegal immigration, they sent it. Okay, they took money from FEMA meant for helping Americans in distress and sent that money to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York. That is an outrage.
Yeah.
They actually did that. And not only that, even after the president signed an executive order saying it has to stop, the FEMA, the sort of whatever deep state bureaucrats still pressed send on $80 million last week to go to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York and other places last week. And now they're mad that it got stopped, and they're like trying to sue to have it be restored. It's like the gumption is
You think they're creating a new voter class? Would you think that was the goal when they opened up the borders for 4 years? Create a new voter class, get them citizenship, get them in, green cards, vote.
A lot of these, if the probability is like 80, 90%. You can just look at California, which is supermajority Dem. And then the incentive is to maximize the number of illegals in the country. That is why the Biden administration was pushing to get in as many illegals as possible and spend every dollar possible to get as many, because every one of them is a customer, every one of them is a voter.
Yeah.
And so the whole thing was a giant voter importation scam.
Pretty obvious.
Very obvious. Yeah. And then moreover, then they actually created the CVP1 border app thing, where they were, which is like where they would literally fly people in. It's not like like at the point at which people are being flown in at your expense.
We're sending planes,
like building a
pick
wall
people up,
doesn't
fly
matter.
them over the border.
Yeah, they're literally flying them in.
No other country in the world would do something like this. Nobody is this stupid.
Yeah, and then we found that it was like $100 million contract given to some guy in London, actually, oddly enough, for the CVP1 app. So they're flying illegals into the swing states. Yeah. And if you've got like a margin of victory of maybe 20,000 people, and you fly 200,000 illegals into that state, it's not going to be a swing state for long.
Change the numbers eventually. Maybe in 4 or 8 years, you're talking about
It's
perpetual
just a matter
power.
of time.
It's a long game.
It's just a matter of time. So it might take like a year for an asylum seeker or something to get a green card, and then 5 years for the citizenship. It's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off. Yeah. Just a question of when.
They all remember who brought them in and who left them here.
Exactly.
Exactly. I want to go back. I want to talk about Biden.
This is a big deal. Like I think a lot of people don't quite appreciate that this was an actual, real scam at scale to tilt the scales of democracy in America.
It's treasonous.
Treason.
Yeah. One more Biden question. I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants. You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good. You believe that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
I mean, the Biden administration was attacking me next level. The Department of Justice, or Injustice under the Biden administration, they were suing SpaceX. They were suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers. And we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology. Yeah. And so we can only hire permanent residents or or citizens. Right. Like so we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And we said, how can they sue us for not hiring asylum seekers when it's actually illegal for us to do so? But nonetheless, there was a big Department of Justice or Injustice case about this against SpaceX. So obviously it was an antagonistic situation. And those astronauts were supposed to be up there for 8 days, and now they're up there for 8 months. Does that make any sense? And we obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically. Yeah. That's the issue.
A lot of them are saying right now that the reason that you want to get into Social Security, that you want to get into all of these into Treasury and things like that, is that you're looking for personal information and you're trying to make more money.
Yeah.
I've never met anybody as rich as you that cared less about money in my life. Every time I hear a story about you, you're sleeping on a couch of some other guy in a city that you could buy the entire thing.
Yeah,
I don't think you care about money, do you?
No, actually, I mean, listen. Like, if I steal some Social Security, I can finally buy nice things.
Yeah.
You know?
And on that same question, they're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had with the president, and that's the plan.
No, in fact, the actions that we're taking with the support of the president and the support of the agencies is what will save Medicare, what will save Social Security.
Yeah.
Because if the country goes insolvent, if all the money is just spent on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I'm doing this, is because I was looking at the big picture here, and it's like, man, our debt's getting out of control. The interest payments, the interest on the national debt now exceeds the entire Defense Department budget.
It's $1 trillion a year in
Yes.
interest. Just to carry the money that we owe is $1 trillion a year.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
And rising rapidly. So like, a country is no different from a person. Country overspends, country goes bankrupt. Same as a person who overspends goes bankrupt. So it's not like optional to solve these things. It's essential. So
we're going to go bankrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. Couple minutes left here. Russia. There's a huge push from this administration.
Yeah. People like sometimes like
to end this war.
Say like, I'm a bought asset of Putin.
Yeah.
I'm like, he can't afford me.
Yeah. I think you're worth more than Russia.
Think about it.
I like that. So, you're trying to end a war. Ending a war always means you have to compromise, you have to negotiate with an enemy or an adversary. That's just what it is. And right now, they are lambasting the president for trying a different method to a war that they haven't been able to end for 3.5 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump's blaming Zelensky for the invasion. How do you process all of the negativity toward him for trying to end this war?
Well, first of all, I think we should have empathy for the people dying at the front lines. That's the most important thing. And people have been dying, it's like, how many more years is this supposed to go on?
Yeah.
And imagine if that was your son, your father, what are they dying for?
Yeah.
What exactly are they dying for? That line the line of engagement has barely moved for 2 years.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of people dead in trenches for what? And I'll tell you what for what. It's like for the biggest graft machine that I've ever seen in my life. That's for what. It's unreal. Like the amount of money that is being taken in graft and bribery is disgusting. And so what's actually happening is that those
It's Ukraine, it's not our country, it's not a NATO ally. I just want to see people not dying. I want to see on both sides. Think about how so many young men have died in Ukraine that the army is starting to age out. The military is aging out. You got 40 and 50-year-old guys fighting in a war because there's nobody left that's not killed or maimed in their 20s.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Think about how many people that is. If you're a humanitarian at all, you just got to end the war. No matter what. Just get it over with.
Yes, they need to stop dying.
Yeah.
And the grift machine's got to stop, So, and I think people, a lot of people out there don't realize, the president has a lot of empathy. He really cares, He's a good guy. He's a good man. So.
I got one more for you. I've been fascinated by you for a very long time.
Thanks.
I've never seen anybody that can, do so many things at the same time. I mean, you've got the rockets, you got the cars. I've always wanted to ask you, what is it like inside your mind? Is it just 1,000 miles an hour? I mean, are you?
Yeah.
Is it just not? I mean, does it ever stop? Do you sleep? How much do you sleep? What's? Paint us a picture of inside of the mind of a genius. How do you do all this? Can you answer that question? It's not an easy question. Yeah.
I mean, my mind is a storm.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. It's a storm, but I mean, let me maybe tell you something. You didn't ask the question, but I think it's worth kind of nonetheless maybe just elaborating on something, which is, I grew up in South Africa, but my morality was informed by America. I read comic books, played Dungeons and Dragons, and I watched American TV shows, and it seemed like America cared about being the good guys, about doing the right thing, and that's actually pretty unusual, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like
in the world, it's very
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's great. That's great. Elon Musk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, guys.
Don't forget to vote in the CPAC straw poll. Your ID is on your badge. Scan the QR code and get your vote in.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House.
I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference. It made all the difference.
Have you made the switch? You should.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda, check out our membership circles, and learn more about our centers.
Ladies
in the government. We are going to take questions, and I believe that the place where we're going to take questions is over in this. They told me it's down there, but I don't know where down there means. But we're going to spend a lot of our time interacting with you guys because you bought the tickets, and we get to hear from each other, you know, all day, every day. I could have told you all of their answers. I know what they wanted in the green room. Only green M&Ms for Ben.
Classic.
All the other M&Ms for Michael. He's not very discriminating.
No.
We're going to take a lot of questions from you, but first, Ben Shapiro.
Well, folks, let's talk about how you stay healthy, okay? Because let's be real about this. You need to stay healthy. And if you wish to stay healthy, Balance of Nature fruits and veggies will make it happen for you. There's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and veggies daily. Imagine trying to eat 31 different fruits and veggies every day. That sounds horrible. It sounds like torture. It sounds like a year in jail with Nancy Pelosi. Well, Balance of Nature takes fruits and veggies, they freeze dry them, they turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. And let me tell you, I can pop those directly into the protein smoothie, and that keeps me looking like a Greek god. I know it doesn't look like that from the outside, but I can promise you that I am absolutely jacked. Well, believe me or don't believe me, that's your choice. But you should believe me when I say that you should take Balance of Nature fruits and veggies every day, and your body will do the rest. Head on over to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code BACKSTAGE for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com. Promo code BACKSTAGE.
And
thank you for helping, you know, like pay our bills and everything.
Can I say, Ben, those were the most powerful remarks ever delivered on this stage. Wow. About Balance of Nature. I thought it was
Hey, you were
really
sitting
compelling.
next to the man who called for the eradication of transgenderism from our national polity on stage.
Well, second.
Right
Okay, it was second. It was second. Now eradicate ill health from your body forever
Balance
with
of
Balance
Nature.
of Nature.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
So, one of the things that we like to do on Backstage is move beyond just politics and talk about culture, talk about religion, talk about the things that make our life meaningful. One of the things that's been on my mind a lot in this really triumphant moment the last 30 days.
Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni.
How did you know? Who are they? One of the things that's really on my mind is that when you're in these triumphant political moments, it can seem suddenly like your life is going to be good because we're winning in the very important but somewhat abstract realm of politics. But the truth is, your life may continue to be quite bad.
Listen, pick her up right here.
Listen, I'm good at that.
Everybody's in a good mood, and Jeremy's like, and then you'll die.
And then you'll die. And at the same time, your life may have been very good these last 4 years while Joe Biden was president, even though things in our national politics were going quite poorly. And so I think it's important in these moments to reflect on what are the actual things we can do in our own lives to ensure that we're living lives that are honoring to God, productive for our family, productive for our country. It can't just be that we're watching news on television. It can't even just be that we're actively engaged in politics and being somewhat activist. How are we to live our lives in light of the moment in which we live?
You know, there's a big debate that's been on the right, and it's become more emphasized in recent years, and it's actually a very old debate between the classical understanding of freedom and the more modern understanding of freedom. And the way that it's usually summarized is by Lord Acton, who says that freedom is not the ability to do what we wish, but the right to do what we ought. And I certainly subscribe to that view of things. But what that means is exactly what Jeremy was just saying, which is that the ways in which our freedoms have been restricted in recent years, by Joe Biden certainly, and by many liberals, is that he denied us the right to do what we ought to do. He said, if you go to your church, you're going to be spied on by the FBI. He said that if you run a Catholic hospital, we're going to sue you, even if you're nuns. He said if you go pray peacefully in front of a Planned Parenthood abortion mill, we're going to throw you in prison. He was denying you the right to do what you ought to do. You see this in the attacks on marriage, the attacks on education, the attacks on children. We could be here all night listing these attacks on what we have a right to do. Now we have the right to do those things. President Trump has passed a number of executive orders that have really taken the government out of the business of oppressing Christians and families and kids and all the like. But that means that now we have to go to church. That means we have to form our families. That means we have to educate our kids. You know, now we do have the right to do those things. We do have our freedom back. But that freedom doesn't mean anything. It's kind of like with free speech. Free speech doesn't mean anything if you don't have anything to say. So you have to live out those substantive goods in your life.
I hate it when people clap for you. I really do. True.
Well, I mean, it is this kind of trick about being a conservative, is that you believe that the government should stay out of your business so you can be free. But now you're free. What are you going to do, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It all comes down to us. It's really not about please do this and please pass this program. It's get rid of all that stuff so I can do the things that I want to do. And the thing about Donald Trump is movements happen almost organically. They almost happen by themselves. They're like waves that come in. And I work in the arts my whole life, and you see in the arts, there'll come a moment when there's a Picasso or a Marlon Brando, somebody who changes the game, but that game was already changing. He just represents that change. And that's true of Donald Trump. Without him, it wouldn't have happened. But at the same time, he is at the head of a movement that's organically happening. And that movement has a lot to do with our old friend, Uncle God. The arguments that for hundreds of years have slowly drained the faith out of Western culture have collapsed. They've collapsed scientifically, they've collapsed morally, they've collapsed experientially. And so God is now suddenly in with the intellectual crowd, as well he should be. And I think that this is the moment for us, each of us, not all of us, but each of us, to ask ourselves, who is this God and what does he want from me? Because every single person, not just in this room, but walking on the face of the planet, knows he is not yet the person he was made to be. And I think that that's something, I don't know, I think about it every day, I pray about it every day, and I think that's something everybody should be doing, because we're all here to create something. Maybe it's a family, maybe it's just a way of looking at things, maybe it's a business, maybe it's works of art, whatever it is, we're all here to make stuff. And you make stuff out of your heart, and you make stuff out of who you are, and working toward becoming who you are is something you can't do alone. You got to do it with God. And I think this is the moment for us to reconsider what that means to believe and what it means in our personal lives, and then act it out and live it out.
I also think about God every day and about how you're not yet the man that you were made to be.
Every day you pray about
every day.
And he calls me like at 3 a.m. It's like,
Matt.
What was the question?
Ben.
I mean, first of all, I'm having trouble getting over Drew calling God Uncle God. I really am.
When you're as old as Drew.
Wow.
We've been around a long time. We've been together a long time.
My goodness, it's rare that you spring a new one on me, but Uncle God was definitely a new one. So I think that one of the great dangers that conservatives face right now is that so many of our institutions have been thoroughly corrupted by the left that the temptation is to destroy all of them. And you see this in government. A huge number of institutions in government are completely broken, need to be destroyed, rebuilt from the ground up. But my problem is that I see some people, Andrew Tate, who are attempting to take social institutions and then destroy those social institutions as well. Pretend that they are meritless, that because there have been bad things that have been done to those institutions, now you throw out the baby with the bathwater, and those institutions are themselves meretricious and need to be destroyed. And the substitute morality that is offered is actually amorality. It's actually sin. And that is a deeply disturbing and disturbed point of view. The thing that we all need to do, I think, and what I hope to do, in my own life, is not to make excuses. Okay, this is the biggest thing. And this, to me, is the essence of conservatism. Stop making excuses for your own failure. It is one thing to point to an actual wrong that is being done in the world and say that this wrong needs to be corrected, because the world is filled with wrongs, and it's filled with injustices, and it's filled with bad things that do need correction. It is another thing to look at your own failure and then not say, what can I fix? But instead look out there at, the institution. I can't find a girl. Thus, the institution of marriage is broken, and thus I should treat women like trash. Okay, that is a terrible way to go about your life. The answer to finding a good woman is to be a good man, right? The answer to having a good marriage is to find a good woman and engage in a good marriage. The answer to finding yourself a better church is to find yourself a better church. If you don't actually like the church that you're going to, if it's been taken over by wokies, then the answer is not, well, I guess we're done with the church is stupid there, and blame those people. Well, then that gives you the license to do really whatever you want. And then the failures that spring therefrom are not your own fault. And that, to me, is a sin. It's a sin against yourself. It's a sin against your society. It's a sin against the God who created you, gave you free will, the ability to choose, and the skills with which to do something productive in the world.
Yeah. I was in a dialogue with someone online once who was talking about how because divorce laws are punitive toward men, which is undeniably true, that marriage itself should be eradicated. And this person kept saying over and over, my wife left me, and she destroyed my relationship with my children. She took the house. She got half of my money. I didn't want a divorce. She chose to get this divorce. And he had tons of followers. He's creating tons of energy around this argument. And I said, listen, there's no question divorce laws are punitive toward men. They need to be changed. All of the incentives around marriage have become deeply inverted to the detriment of our society. These are real policy issues that need to be addressed. I said, but I do think that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, I'm sorry that this happened to you, that your wife left you for no reason. He said, well, I mean, she had a reason. I cheated on her. And I said, oh, well, there you go. Methinks the policy that you are actually against is the policy of you. Yeah. You're the policy of consequence, of just consequence. And that doesn't
one of
mean
the Ten Commandments. That's the policy that he opposed.
Yeah, Uncle God's policies. But it is nevertheless the case that most of what your life will be is what you make of it. There will be parts of your life that are impacted by outside forces, absolutely. And the beauty of politics is that we have the opportunity, especially in a country like this one, to do something. You know, sometimes people who've succeeded in business will tell you business is about fail, fail, fail until you make it. And that's not true. Success in business is about fail, 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 and with a little luck, you made it along the way. It's less like getting to a destination and much more like being a batter in the major leagues. If you get a hit 3 out of 10 times in the major leagues, you will be in the Hall of Fame. There will be statues of you in your hometown. You did not get a hit 70% of the time. And it's not as though once you did get a hit, you only hit from there on out. No, it's that you missed, you got a hit, you missed, you got a hit, you missed, you got a hit, you got walked. Most of the times when you got the hit, you still didn't score. You got thrown out at second. Or the batter right behind you was the third out, and you basically got your hit and got on base for no reason whatsoever. Sometimes you score and you didn't earn it.
Sometimes you pop it up, but the infield fly rule goes into effect, and no one even knows what's happening in the game anymore. I lost the analogy, but I'm sure there was...
I'm with you. All that matters is that you get back up and keep batting. That's the only difference between, it's not the only difference, but it's the fundamental difference between people who make it in baseball and people who do not make it in baseball. And it is true in business, and it is true in your marriage, it's true as a parent, it's true in almost every aspect of your life. It's your ability to take life as it is, not as you wish it would be, to take the hard parts of life and to keep getting back up and to keep doing your job.
Well, speaking of the hard parts of life, taxes, folks. So, am I right? Taxes suck, right? They're bad. That's why President Trump just fired everybody at the IRS. He actually did. He just fired like thousands of people at the IRS. Well, unfortunately, you don't have a choice. I'm sorry to tell you this. April 15th, tax day, is just around the corner. And don't think that just because Trump and Elon are going through and basically making all these people unemployed, that you're not going to have to pay your taxes. You eventually will. But you don't have to worry about your tax issues with Tax Network USA. Did you see where I was going with that, folks? Did I project it? In any case, Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, meaning they know exactly which agents to deal with and which to avoid if you get in trouble with your taxes. With proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe 10 grand or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. You should talk with their strategists today. It is free. You don't need the threatening letters. You don't need to look over your shoulder. You can protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies as well. Do not let the IRS control your future, and don't count on the IRS agent who's in charge of your case suddenly losing their job. Maybe it'll happen, you know, God willing, and the creek don't rise, but that eventually they're going to come after your taxes. So you should call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
So, clap for
right, it's the best part of the show. It's an ad. I mean, that's what we all love, correct?
We like to take questions from our Daily Wire Plus subscribers during our Ben Key show. They're the people who make it possible for us to keep, alongside our advertisers, to keep doing the work that we do over at Daily Wire. But today, we want to take questions from you guys. Ben has a policy that if you disagree, he would like you to come to the front of the line. I have precisely the opposite policy. The more sycophantish you are, the more I want your question. So please, if you like me or even love me, front of the line. We'll take our first question.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. My name is Luke Rexing, and I am actually a subscriber. So thank you for what you do. I am also getting into cigars, so haven't tried one of those yet.
Tonight's
throwing
the
that
night.
out there.
Yeah.
Pass this
Baby?
back.
Yes. Let's go. Thank you.
You can just Venmo me for about $15 for that.
Sounds good.
That's fine. Whenever
have to do that. And you don't have to go jumping on every grenade that you find in the room, but it's just, don't play the game, don't acquiesce, don't play the language games. You know, that was the big mistake that was made culturally, even among some conservatives back several years ago, where they started playing the language game and they said, well, I just want to be polite. And once we start putting politeness over the truth, then you've already lost. And so don't do that, and you'll be fine, I think.
Hello, my name is Jeremiah Gripsover, and I just wanted to ask a question on behalf of Ben Davies. Michael Knowles, why do you pretend like your show is your own show when clearly Ben Davies is the host?
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Fighting words.
Did we just find the one Ben Davies fan at the entirety of CPAC? That is outright. You know, sometimes people infiltrate these events, you know, the leftists or this kind of disreputable or, well, all these kind of people. And I found my least favorite infiltrator, and that is the fan of Ben Davies. Though he does run most of the show, if I'm being totally frank about it. He runs a lot of it.
I also wanted to ask what your favorite, like, funny Trump story is.
Well, my favorite what story?
Funny Trump story.
My favorite funny Trump story? Like a personal Trump story? Or I haven't really interacted with the man all that much. However, there was one great time when I can't say I wrote a book, but I did a book called Reasons to Vote for Democrats, A Comprehensive Guide. We have scholars in the audience, I see. That's great. A blank book, Ben Shapiro blurbed it as thorough. And anyway, I did it. We sold a bazillion copies. I ended up getting a big book deal out of it. Then I ended up on television, on cable news one morning, and the most important viewer of the Fox News morning show was watching from the White House. That was President Trump. And he endorsed the book, and it was really, really great. And people wrote about it in the newspapers. But the thing they didn't write about is he also quoted the thing that I said right beforehand. I think I was talking about his Syria policy or something. But the way he quoted it made it seem like I was the president. It was like, Michael Knowles, my administration is bombing Syria and all that. And I thought, man, this is really cool. The president is making it sound like I'm the president. That's a really gracious thing for him to do. And then he plugged the book. So from my personal standpoint, that's my favorite funny Trump story. But I don't know, there are about 10 billion others for everyone else in the room.
Thank you.
G'day guys, I'm Geordie from Australia with these noisy folks up the front. I'm a casual subscriber, by the way, so when Matt has a movie, I subscribe for that. Question to Michael Knowles. You offered me some whiskey just before. Do you have a spare glass up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of the 45, 47 whiskey?
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, do we have an extra glass? Do we have like a cannon that I could blast?
I haven't had a single sip.
There you go. This is your whiskey now.
Thank you.
I'll put it, can someone, here we are. Wow, this is great. We're giving people booze, we're giving them...
Is this legal?
This is certainly not legal.
Yeah. I'll walk it down. Conservatives, we're people. The libs, there you are, sir. Enjoy. I love it. This is, it's like a family, man.
Did you get his ID at least?
Yeah, he's like 45 or something. I don't know. How many laws are we going to break during this show?
Yeah.
If this kid asks for cocaine, the answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah, can I get a cig? Any zins? I need someone to give me a zin, actually.
Hello.
Yeah, everyone's tossing.
You're all fine.
No,
it's okay.
My name is William Gripsover. I had a question for Matt or Michael. As a younger man, I was wondering what saint you try hardest to model yourself after, and as a young man, what saint did you most look up to?
I'll go to the New Testament, and St. Paul has always been probably the saint that I've felt the most connection to. I wanted to choose that as my confirmation name, but Paul Walsh just didn't think it sounded right, so I couldn't do it. But the thing I like about St. Paul, obviously some of the most beautiful words, some of those beautiful insights ever written can be found in the Pauline epistles. But also, I guess I can feel a certain connection to the fact that Paul was, when you read the Pauline epistles, he was quite blunt in the way that he talked to people and the way that he addressed issues. And to me, it's a real rebuke of the kind of nicey nice, Mr. Rogers sort of Christianity that we've gotten fed to us, force-fed to us over the last several decades. Because then when you go, and even if you read the Gospels and you read the way that Christ dealt with hypocrites and dealt with corruption, you also find that it's quite a bit more aggressive and blunt and direct. Not mean-spirited, certainly, not hateful. There's no contempt in it. But it's calling the sin out and rebuking it directly, and which is the thing that I love about the epistles.
My confirmation saint is Thomas, but I don't know which one it was, because I was a punk kid. I was 13. I became an atheist. And I don't remember if I picked Thomas because I was doubting or because I had heard vaguely of this man, Thomas Aquinas, and I heard he was a smart guy, and I thought I was smarter than I was. But it all really comes full circle because doubting Thomas, he's called doubting, but of course he says, let us go with the Lord, let us die with him. That's a great show of faith. And St. Thomas Aquinas is one of the most intelligent people ever to live and was right about everything and was certainly a lot more correct about ultimate things than some punk 13-year-old atheist who happily came out the other end. And by the way, Thomas means twin, so I think I can claim them both. At least I choose to.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Harley. I'm a huge fan, but I wanted to ask, what do you have to say about the gender ideologists that use intersex people as a pawn for their trans agenda?
Ben?
It's a massive category error. So when you're talking about people who are intersex, these are people who have some sort of genetic disorder in which they develop differently than, say, XY genetics because the SRY gene has crossed over, for example, saying that there is an entirely separate sex. Sex is defined by the actual reproductive resource that is being created, either the egg or the sperm, right? The large cell gamete or the small cell gamete. That is actually how you define sex biologically speaking. So suggesting that because somebody has a birth defect in which it's unclear to the outside eye what their genetics might be, that this somehow means that a genetic man who has all the normal characteristics of a genetic man could theoretically be a woman, that's just an asinine category error, and people are lying when they attempt to equate intersex with, for example, a person who is a genetic male who claims that they are actually a female.
Guys, thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. Enjoy the rest of CPAC and enjoy the next 4 years. They're going to be great.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. See you guys.
Greetings. This concludes day one of CPAC 2025. At this time, we ask that you gather your personal belongings and exit the Potomac Ballroom, so we may reset for day two of CPAC 2025. Once again, we ask that you gather your personal belongings and exit the ballroom, so we may reset for day two. See you in the morning.